And we're back in the new stream where we are going to show you a recording of a lecture I gave on how to win a hackathon. I made a presentation and some of you have probably watched it already. I made a presentation with all my experience, all my knowledge about hackathons, the preparation during the hackathon, even after the hackathon, what you should do, best practices, listen and learn. Maybe it'll help you, even if you only pick up one or two of the the best tricks, then it might help you win this hackathon, for instance. So enjoy the presentation.
Okay, so my name is Adrie Wisman. I'm 57, live in Emmen, and I do a lot of things, as you can see here by the logos. I have a company called IoT Nederland. IoT as in Internet of Things, Nederland. I am a co-founder of Blockchain Lab Drenthe, which is a foundation that shares knowledge, experience, and insights about distributed ledger technology. And we do blockchain implementations and feasibility studies and all kinds of stuff. Then I am involved in Hackerspace Drenthe, and What the Hackathon is a company where we organize hackathons. And not only hackathons with the emphasis on hacking, because hacking in a hackathon, to me, hacking is not breaking into the Pentagon from a dark room in your own house. To me, hacking is being creative, thinking out of the box, solving problems, maybe in ways that nobody expected. So that is what you're going to do at a hackathon, and I'm going to talk to you about a lot of things. Here you see me in action. This was the Blockchain Hackathon Odyssey in 2018, where I am with my team. Back then they allowed very big teams. Right nowadays we prefer teams between 3 and 5 people, but then I had to take my own experts with me. So there you see 2 professors of law, for instance, I had with me. I had one ethical hacker with me, one lady who does UX UI design, etc. So I took my own Jedis to the Odyssey Hackathon. They had Jedis, experts, but this was their professor in university. I organize hackathons. Like I said, here you see some pictures of the hackathon, the online hackathon we did last year about future-proof drink water. There the teams had to design autonomous drinking and pumping drink water stations. Right? This is critical infrastructure, and the water company said, well, we see more and more electricity outages because of solar panels, etc. And we want to design a drinking water pump station and a filter station that is fully autonomous, so that even if there is an electricity outage, that we can go on. So we had 100 students designing something for them. This is my hero. My hero is Sir Arthur C. Clarke, and he has a quote: "Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic." And that's what I do all day, magic. Right? Of course, Elon Musk had to make something different of that. Any sufficiently advanced magic is indistinguishable from technology, right? But if it's about artificial intelligence, blockchain, smart cities, Internet of Things, etc., that's when you can wake me up at night. So now you know that I'm a tech nerd, and we can go on. We're going to talk about hackathons. And not everybody knows what a hackathon is. Just let me start with a small definition. Right? A hackathon is an inventors competition. Right? It's a game. It's hacking as a sport, being creative, and the word hackathon it consists of 2 parts: hacking and thon. The hacking I already explained what that is. The thon is because such a competition lasts for 30 hours in one straight line. So the hackathon I'm going to talk to you about, for instance, is starting on a Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, and it goes on in one piece until Sunday afternoon, 4 o'clock. Now, that is quite some time, right? So on one hand. On the other hand, it's always too little. You've got so much to do, so much to work on, that 30 hours will go by in a flash. So that's what an inventors competition is. Now, there is a lot of things to gain, right? You can gain a ton of knowledge. You will learn so much at a hackathon. You can get a lot of hands-on experience, right? There are these challenges in different tracks with different backgrounds, and you'll get a lot of experience and learn from your peers and your team and other teams, and that is of a very high value. You can find new friends, right? I know from networking events, especially when there are the directors and the bosses present, they have something which they produce, and they always do this. I have a little secret, and I keep it for myself, for my company, etc. And maybe I am here to write down 1 or 2 orders, but I'll tell nobody how it works. When you have a meetup with technicians, right? They walk with their laptops open, right? And how can I help you? And see this, you can find it there and there. Technicians are much more open, and they are instantly making friends when you're talking about the same topic. So a hackathon, I've seen a lot of hackathons being the basis of lifelong friendships. You can meet important contacts for your network, domain experts, potential employers. Not our hackathon, but you see a lot of recruiters at hackathons, right? So I've had a lot of people attending hackathons where they end up working for TomTom or whatever. You have a chance at nice prizes, right? Lots of hackathons have cash prizes. We also do. We have, for instance, for best overall, it's €1,000 for the team, which is not bad for a weekend work. Don't get me wrong, the IP, the intellectual property, stays with the team, right? So you get the cash and you get to keep all the rest. Maybe your idea will grow into a real product or a real service. Right? There are many hackathons that were the basis of new products. For instance, Twitter started at a hackathon, right? Which is quite a large company at the moment. And all you have to lose is a little bit of time, right? One Saturday and one Sunday, and maybe, it depends on you, a little bit of sleep is what you will lose. But you will be absolutely amazed. I am always amazed. I've done many hackathons, but I am still amazed what people can achieve in only 30 hours, right? And that's because there's a special kind of energy. To people who have never been to a hackathon, if I had to explain it, imagine yourself sitting at home on your couch in your living room, you've got nice music on, your favorite band is playing in the background, you've got something to drink, you're okay, the world is okay, right? At that moment, you're not going to stand in your living room waving with a lighter onto the music, right? You're not done. Now, if the same band plays the same music in a football stadium with 30,000 other fans, you're going to do that, right? You're going to be enthusiastic. There's a special kind of energy being released when so many people do the same thing and are so enthusiastic. Something like that happens at a hackathon. I mean, you're not going to stand there with a lighter, right? But you are going to feel the energy of all the teams solving challenges. And of course they are competitors in the end. But at the moment you will see that the teams will also help each other, right? Solving problems because they are technicians, you know, open laptops, etc. So it's a very special atmosphere, and there are many, many opportunities for you, but you will have to be open for it, right? It's all in your own hands what you will get out of this hackathon. But chances are very high that at least one of these points will be in your favor and that you'll take something very nice home. Okay. I'm talking about our next event is the Blingathon. Before I start telling you about your preparations and how to behave at the hackathon and even after the hackathon, I'm going to announce the hackathon we are organizing. It's called the Blingathon. And Blingathon because it's of interest project Bling, and Bling stands for Blockchain in Government, right? The Bling project is a project where 14 partners from 6 North Sea region countries are building pilots together in the public service domain. So there are, of course, universities involved, Göteborg, Aalborg, Oldenburg, Edinburgh, Ho West, to name a few, but also the city of Groningen, at CGIB, right? You know, the judicial department that collects the traffic fines, CGIB. They have a very nice use case, a pilot working on blockchain. It's called the financial handbrake. And the financial handbrake works as follows. If somebody drives through a red traffic light, you get a fine, €240, I believe it is. Now, if you're living under a certain social minimum income, you cannot pay 240 euros, right? And if you don't pay it, 3 weeks later, they will double it, right? So 480 euros. Well, if you couldn't pay 240, you can certainly not pay 480. So they designed a system where you can go to your municipality and get a token, a proof that you are under this social minimum income. You can send this proof to the CGIB. They will test it. They will see if it's still valid. And maybe you got a job in the meantime and it's an old certificate. And when it's valid, then you still have to pay your fine, right? It's not a blank permit to run through red traffic lights. No, but you still have to pay your bill, but you can pay it in rates and they don't double it, right? So they won't get the people who are already having a hard time financially and throwing them off the cliff. So that's the blockchain project of CGIB. Now we are organizing this blockchain in government hackathon on November 13th and 14th, on a Saturday and a Sunday. And it's a hackathon with 5 tracks. The first track is transport. The second track is energy. The third track is e-voting, verifiable credentials. And we have one about electronic messages, secure delivery of electronic messages and chats, etc. You can imagine for official documents like judicial documents, judges still don't use electronic delivery, right? And there's the token project in Europe, and they are keen on inventing a special secure delivery system. That's track 5. I've got an animation movie I want to show you about that, and then we'll start with the rest of my presentation.
Blockchain enthusiast? Are you a creative person with loads of ideas? Then Interreg Project Bling is organizing a blockchain hackathon for you on November 13th and 14th this year. You are going to solve challenges in the field of energy, transport, verifiable credentials, e-voting, and more. Going from idea to prototype, presenting your product to international jury members to compete for nice cash prizes. In this hybrid on and offline event, students, entrepreneurs, and many other people from several European countries will go on an amazing adventure to do things they've never done, to solve problems they've never seen before. In only 30 hours, a great network of international expert coaches, interesting workshops, a gaming track, and a great atmosphere are all waiting for you. So join us. Register for the Blingathon on November 13th and 14th via www.blingathon.eu and design the future with blockchain.
Okay, and I'm back. Let me start with giving you some information about how to win a hackathon. Here's a few special quotes from Abraham Lincoln. They said, "Failing to prepare is preparing to fail." And people think there's this romantic picture of people just going to a hackathon without any preparations, not sleeping, and the next day they win with this fabulous idea with which they are going to conquer the world. Maybe that can happen, but the chances are very slim, right? Luck favors the well-prepared. So failing to prepare is preparing to fail. Well, Abraham Lincoln said it already. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 hours sharpening the axe. And that's one thing I'm going to talk to you about. These are the topics I'm going to address, and a few more even. We're going to talk about the team. How do you assemble a team? We're going to talk about the idea. How do you get the right ideas, the original ideas? During the hackathon, what you're going to do, how do you plan your work? a special attention is being paid to the delivery of your pitch. And after the hackathon even, there are some things you can do which are very important. So there's lots of things to talk about, and we'll see. Here you have a timeline. You see from, you can see my cursor. From registering at the hackathon till the reward ceremony, and even a little bit later on, there are several things you can do. For instance, between registration and the start of the hackathon, you can start your preparations, set up your environment, for instance, your tool chain. And that's what I call sharpening your axe. Get your team together and meet them in an evening and talk about what their specialities are, right? What they do best, what their weak points are, because you have to operate like a team. It's very important. Then at the start of the hackathon, work your plan. There is 30 hours, and although that might seem like a lot, it's going to be over in a flash. There are workshops you want to attend to. There's even a gaming track. There are all kinds of things you have to do, and you have to start preparing for your pitch. So plan ahead. We're going to talk about that plan also, and then execute that plan. It'll give you a much more relaxation in your head. The pressure will be much less than for other teams. Then there's the deadline where you have to deliver your pitch, and then there is the final. The final means the jury is going to watch your pitch, and they are going to ask you some questions about how you solved, what your solution is, how you solve the challenge. So there are tricks to have the questionnaire from the jury also as a part of your pitch. All right, we're going to talk about that later. Okay, let's go to the next slide. First, I want to talk about the team. Now, you saw in my picture, I had 7, 8, 9 people in my team. That is way too large. Right? The best size for a team is 3 to 5 people. If you go above 5, 6, 7, 8, then you will have a hard time keeping everybody engaged. Right? You would have to make teams of 2 persons, and it's very hard to keep everybody on their toes. On the other side of the spectrum, if you go under 3 people, then there is too much to do. Right? I just mentioned the delivery. Right? You have to have somebody who is good at pitching. Right? This person cannot start 3 hours before the deadline. He needs at least 20 hours, 25 hours to prepare the pitch. And maybe you say, well, we don't have a product yet. No, but you'll start with a team name, right? And then you will have an ideation session about your product, how you're going to solve it, and then there will be a product name, right? And this person can already build a framework in which way he or she wants to pitch the idea to the jury. So it's very important to start very early with that. Now, if your team is too small, right, then you'll miss out. There is no time to do end coding and pitching, etc. Then the second thing is the right mix of skills. Now, everybody thinks that when you attend a hackathon that you need coders and as many as you can get. Absolutely not true. What you need is the right mix of skills, right? Their skills might be in pitching. Their skills might be in business development. Their skills might be in UX, UI design. Of course, you need 1 or 2 coders, but the rest of the team is, I think, nearly as or even more important than the coder, right? So find people who can enhance your team. Now, if you register as a team at our hackathon, then we will leave your team intact. I mean, you registered 5 people, you know what you're doing. With those people you're going to attend as a team. But you can also register as a solo person. Then we are going to ask a little bit more for your background information. Are you a coder? Are you a marketeer? Are you whatever? Then we'll find a team which lacks that skill. So you'll be an enhancement to that team, and together you will achieve more. Now, it looks, like I said, it looks very romantic. You put 5 coders in a team, but if you put 5 coders in a team and they are sitting at their desk for 30 hours, you will get something with 30 knobs which you can turn, but the product will not work, right? It'll stay a very basic prototype. The same is when you put 5 marketeers on a team, right? And they start building pitches from the start, etc. You will get a fantastic story, but not a working product. So find the right people to enhance the whole team, and that's how you get the best result. Now, you found the right people. Now, how are you going to work together? And the first thing you have to do is talk to each other and be bluntly honest. Now, what is your best skill? Are you better at coding? Are you better at front end? Are you better at back end? What is the topic where you can shine, where you can really make a difference for your team? And that is important to know, but even more important to know is what you are bad at, right? What somebody else should do instead of you. So find that out. And when you know that, assign roles and responsibilities. Now, of course, you might be very good friends and nobody is the alpha male, etc. But in a hackathon where you only have 30 hours, you need someone to be the captain. You need somebody with oversight that says, okay, we're going in that direction and you're going to do A and you're going to do B, right? He doesn't have to be very dominant, but you need somebody to lead the project, right? So assign such a role and give him the responsibility. Not only give the captain the responsibility, but there is a person responsible for front end. There is a person responsible for back end, etc. So assign that. And like I said, who is the coordinator or the captain? And practice that. This might sound silly, but we use a serious game to find out who is good at what. And this is some inside information, but at the hackathon, we have a gaming track, and our game masters are going to play a game with you called Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. Now, Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes is a game, it looks like an escape room, right? There is a bomb, a time bomb with all kinds of wires and puzzles on it, and one of your team is going to see the bomb on its screen, right? But he doesn't know how to defuse it. The rest of the team will have the manual on how to defuse the bomb, but cannot see the bomb. So within a few minutes' time, you will have to start communicating with each other, right? The team has to ask the right questions to the guy sitting on the bomb, and the guy sitting on the bomb has to give the right answers to the team. Only if you work together, he will survive. There's a bomb ticking, and after 5 minutes it will explode, etc. It'll be a mess, I guarantee you. But you will see that in a few of these rounds that we'll play with you, you will start communicating a lot better. You will find out who is better at cutting wires and who is better at pressing buttons. And with cutting wires, I mean, for instance, right? There's the first puzzle on the bomb, and in the book it says, okay, how many wires are there? So the 4 people sitting on the other end of the table will ask, how many wires? 5 wires, he says. Then they go in the table and says, 5 wires, okay. How many of those are yellow? 2, okay. How many of those are blue? 1, okay, cut the green wire. That's what in the book it says. But 4 people are doing the same thing with the same finger on the same page. Now, you should not do that. You should not work on the same project, on the same page, with 4 people at the same time, right? So the bomb will explode, and the next round, one person who is very proficient in reading these tables will be the one doing wires, and somebody else will have the page which says all the symbols in front of him, right? And then you'll be quicker, right? You found out, okay, Mr. Number 1 is better in wires, okay, and Mr. Number 3 is better in buttons. After 3-4 rounds, you will have found that out. Practice something like that, right? You will find out who's better at coding, who's better at pitching, who is better at coordinating, etc. Use a serious game. Okay, like I said, communication. Communication is very important. The game we play is called Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. Now, keep talking, all right, and you will win a hackathon. Use an open channel. For instance, like this, Discord. So you can always talk to each other. You should not be talking the whole time, right? But even if you say, hey, I'm going to be working on this for half an hour, very intense, so I'm shutting off, right? But keep the communication lines open for the rest. Use a common platform to exchange data, right? Open a Git page for your team or a Google Drive, so you can send files very quickly from one person to another. And check in every hour to synchronize your work. So the coordinator, the captain, he assigns different tasks. He says, okay, I'll see you back at 1 o'clock, right? And then we're gonna see how far we all are. Maybe some of the team says, well, I didn't get my task done. And then the coordinator, the captain, can say, okay, I'll get you somebody else to help you. Right? So that's very important. Check in every hour. It's a little bit like Scrum. You have little sprints of 1 hour. Okay, setting up. The team beforehand installs their toolchains for coding and all libraries, etc. Make sure you are set at the line, at the starting line, on Saturday morning. You'll already have installed it. Don't do like some teams do. Okay, I come and the clock has already started and now I'm going to see what I have to install and where do I get my tools from. Get everything ready. Be prepared. Also, for the person who's going to be pitching, install tools for filming, editing and presenting your solution. Right? Install DaVinci Resolve and do a test session where you make a montage of anything you produced. But try not to find things out at the hackathon. It'll be very time consuming. Okay, that was the team. Now, the idea. So you're set up, you've heard the challenge at the hackathon that I organize. Beforehand, you will have an idea of what's going on in the track, the challenges, but you will not get the details. You can express your preference. We would prefer to work in track number 1, and our second preference is track number 3. But the morning of the hackathon, you will be officially assigned a track, and you will hear the details of the challenge. So you can start working from that moment on. You cannot prepare already a solution the weeks before, because that would be unfair to all the other teams. Now, the solution starts with the problem, right? You have to really, really understand the problem. And what I always say is find out like a doctor. Where does it really hurt? Yeah, when it really hurts somewhere, then people want to pay you for the solution. So the more pain they have, the bigger the problem they have, and the more acute the problem they have, the better the solution will be fitting and will be appreciated. And ask domain experts. Right? There's always a challenge owner who is presenting the problem and looking for a solution, and there is a domain expert with in-depth knowledge about that domain. Right? So if it's about transport, there will be someone provided that knows all about container transport and ports and shipping companies, etc. Right? And in the energy track, there will be people present that know everything about energy. So ask these domain experts. The more you ask, the better your solution will be, the more fitting, like a glove. Now, how to get to the best idea, right? You cannot say tell somebody, go and sit there for 10 minutes and invent something new, right? So we have ideation sessions. With ideation session, I mean, we have Friso Visser coming in. He does creativity sessions with the guys from Disney, from Greenpeace, etc. I'm very pleased that he's coming. And he will give you a number of techniques to be creative, to think about new ways to solve the problem. Now, start by, as soon as you have something, start by choosing a fitting team name and a product name. I already talked about that. It's better to have a name than that the jury will say, well, that's the guy with the dark hair, right? The team of the guy with the dark hair. No, you will find something, it doesn't have to be the Flying Tigers, so to speak, right? But you will find a team name with which you as a team can identify. And you will do the same with the product name. Otherwise, it will also end up as, yeah, that's the solution where they used that and that to do that and that. No, this is the Transport 2000 system. Who cares, right? Find a name and make people remember. Be as creative in that ideation session as possible. With that, I mean, no idea is bad, right? So if a colleague from you in your team comes up with a crazy idea, don't dismiss it. Says, okay, well, that might be an idea, but maybe we should build that and that on top of it, right? Always put a plus on the idea of somebody else. And in this phase, what we call the divergence session, no idea is crazy enough. So go and take a piece of paper, brainstorm with the whole team, write down every idea. Make a list of 50 ideas, even the total crazy ones. Write them down, because it's easier to scratch them through, to dismiss the idea, as to come up with ideas, right? And don't go for the obvious ideas. That's what the rest all does. So if you sit down and you have a brainstorm with your team, throw away the first 3 ideas, right? That's what the rest also has. Those are not good enough. Those are the obvious solutions. So probably somebody already tried them. But go for solution number 4, 5, 6, or 10, right? So write down every idea and enhance each other's ideas. Then you go, when you have those 50 ideas, go into a convergence session. So narrow it down. Take those 50 ideas and scratch 47 of them. So from those 50, you will kill 47 ideas of which the risk is too high, or you will take too much time to build it, or whatever. You'll keep 3 ideas, talk them over, and then come up with the one you're going to make. Right? So convergence is all about deleting all the obvious solutions and the ones that are too hard to make. And divergence is about making a list as big as possible. Then, when you've done that, get some feedback. Right? Ask a domain expert, which is always around, if he or she likes the idea, if they think it has a chance. Right? Ask as many people as you can. Profit from their knowledge. Right? So get feedback. Then, during the hackathon, well, these 30 hours, the clock is ticking, and it can be a little bit stressful. Right? So try to eliminate stress by planning ahead. Right? Before, in the week before the hackathon starts, go and sit down with your team and says, okay, the first 3 hours we're going to do ideation, And after 3 hours, we're going to put our plan on paper, because you have a pre-pitch event at 2 o'clock on Saturday, where you have to present your version 0.000001 to the coaches and the domain experts. And these domain experts have only one task. They are just not allowed to say yes, but. Right? If you present an idea and they say yes, but have you thought about that and that and that? No, they're not allowed. They are only allowed to ask, how can I help you? What do you need from me as the expert to help you get to that solution? All right, so plan that ahead. Plan the whole hackathon. When are you going to sleep? Right? Are you going to sleep? I would recommend you do, but plan that. I think we're going to go to sleep from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock, for instance. Right? When you have that plan, it will decrease the stress level you will have. Yeah, there it is. Take your rest. Right? It seems very romantic. I've had a hackathon of 48 hours and nobody slept and we had a great time. Believe me, I've been at hackathons of 48 hours. There's nothing glorious in working 48 hours. You'll get dead tired. You'll start making errors. You'll have to do a lot of debugging. Don't do it. Take your rest. Switch off now and then, and you'll get lots of energy to continue in your project. Scrumming your way through. I talked about this earlier. Make hourly sprints. Assign tasks and don't make those tasks too large. Something that could be achieved in around 1 hour. And then after 1 hour, you reconvene, you talk about where you are, what your next sprint is going to be for the next hour. Then in your plan, in your scrum, in your sprints, put a lot of focus on main goals and sub-goals, right? You have only 30 hours. 30 hours is not enough to find the cure to cancer, right? So define what is the main goal. What are you going to need to convince the jury that your idea is the best in the world, right? And focus on those main tasks. And if you have time left, which is nearly never the case, then you can put in some sub-goals, some bonuses, right? If we have that, then we could also show the jury that, and that, some small things, right? But this focus is what's going to be your target, the thing you need the most in those 30 hours. That focus is on these main goals is the real power of a hackathon. How can people in a hackathon, a team in a hackathon, achieve in only 30 hours what sometimes a team working at a company cannot achieve in a year, right? Now, these people working on that challenge, on that problem in that company for a year have been approaching the problem from this side, and they have had no luck. They have always tried to push through and find the solution, but they didn't succeed. Now, at the hackathon, there are 5 fresh guys in a team, and they approach the problem from this side, right? And not being hindered by all kinds of knowledge and laws and rules and regulations, they approach it from this side and solve the problem, right? But only if they focus on achieving the main goals, right? And not being distracted by all kind of nitty-gritty. So in that 30 hours they push through, and they can, after the hackathon, refine their ideas and put in some sub-goals. Ask the experts lots of questions, right? These people are there to help you. So I would nearly say annoy them with your questions. These people have a lot of knowledge and experience, and draw from them, right? They won't do your homework for you, right? But if you're stuck, they will help you and use their expertise to get you going again. Right, in a hackathon, we have a quote which is from the startup scene, right? If you're not stuck, then you're not pushing hard enough. So you will be stuck lots of times, right? Where sometimes you don't see how you can get out of it. Ask experts. These guys will try to help you as much as possible and get you unstuck. And then they say, your controls, now you have to go on with the work yourself. But they have the same goal as you. They are there to get all the teams to the next level. Iterations of your product, service, or idea, very important. So you're trying to set up a minimal viable product, right? You want to convince the jury that your idea will work eventually, right? And so this is a blockchain hackathon. So you will do some transactions. You will have to write maybe a smart contract or whatever, and you'll show them that it works. Even it's only a very basic principle, but that's a minimum viable product, right? So set up the MVP, create wireframes and mockups, right? Fake it until you make it, right? Maybe some of you can buy a whole ecosystem in 30 hours. Most of you cannot. So make a mockup of an app, put some buttons on there, show them what happens, show them how your concept will grow into a full product. Don't be afraid to start over again. Now, that might seem silly, but mostly the hackathons we did in the physical world, so not the online hackathons, I start with a simple game. Sorry. A simple game called the Marshmallow Challenge. So this game is, every team gets a handful of dry spaghetti, a tape of 1 meter, a piece of string of 1 meter, and a marshmallow. Now, the task they have to do in the 10 minutes is they have to build a freestanding structure from that spaghetti, tape, and string, and put the marshmallow on top. Right? The team with the highest freestanding structure will win a prize. Now, there's a trick to that. The trick is that the teams that are most successful are mostly children of a basic school, right? How do you call that? The 8, 9, 10-year-olds that go to school. Because what they do is they take 4 strands of spaghetti, they put the marshmallow on top, and it falls over. Okay, that doesn't work. So they take 4 half strands of spaghetti, put the marshmallow on top, and it stays. Right? And they will do, in 10 minutes, they will do 8 iterations. Every time improving a little bit. Finding out what works and what doesn't work. Now, I've played this game also with directors of companies. I've played this game with students of architecture. They will lose of the school children. Why? Because they're going to sketch and design for 9.5 minutes. Then in 30 seconds they will build an Eiffel Tower. Fantastic thing. And then they will put the marshmallow on top and everything falls down. What I mean with that is don't be afraid to start over. Right? Just because you've invested a lot of time doesn't make this idea a good idea. Maybe there are better ideas. Be the team that has the courage to throw it all away and start all over. You are wiser now. You know what works and what doesn't work, right? But it's scary, right? Because you started with 30 hours and now you only have 15 hours to make a new product. Don't be afraid to start all over. Create a fan base. Now, all of you know social media, right? The Instagrams, the Twitters, the Facebooks, etc. Use this. Show your work. Show what you're working on social media. There is an audience award at the end. So not only the jury has to vote for the best, there is also an audience who has to vote for the best solution. And there will also be a prize for it. So create a fan base. But not only create a fan base, there are also people watching who are experts, right? So use the knowledge of the crowd. Ask them questions. Who can help us? We're looking for that and that. Who knows that and that, right? There's a whole world outside of your room that you can ask to join you, right? So really use that kind of team, enhanced team, so to speak. Delivery. Delivery is a special thing. With that I mean presenting is a very big part of winning. You can have a fantastic product, but if your pitch goes down the drain, then the jury will need a lot of imagination to see that this product was the real winner. Now, if you really stick the presentation, right, even if your product might be a little bit crumbly, then their imagination will do the rest, right? So when you do the pitch for your jury pitch, you will have to make a movie for 2 minutes max. Then first start with showing where the pain is, right? You have the challenge, but you'll have to boil that challenge down to 2-3 sentences. Okay, every year 10,000 people do that and that, and it'll cost them so and so much money. Or every year in the port of Bremen, 50 containers get lost or are stolen, and that is around 1 billion of value, for instance. Right? So where is the pain? And then you could expand a little bit on that, right? Because 1 billion of value means that 2 companies have to close. Now, the second thing is show your team. There is one person presenting the pitch, right? But it's like Formula One, right? Lewis Hamilton or Max Verstappen, they are in the car, but they have a team of 1,000 people sitting behind their desks and in the factory and looking at data, etc. Show also the other people in your team. Give them names, give them faces. So the jury will have a complete picture of who has been working on it. Now, present your solution, right? Show the proof of concept. And the best thing would be is to show really an app or whatever to them. Maybe already publish it somewhere so they can get it on their own phone, right? And explain which technology you used and why you did that, right? We used a blockchain solution that was feeless and is very energy efficient, for instance, because we're working on a sustainability project, and we cannot ask the citizens to save energy while we burn the energy for our blockchain transactions, for instance. Right? So explain which technology you use and why. And show what and where the profit or potential is, and also stretch that a little bit, right? So this will save so much money in the next 5 years. And that amount could be very big when you calculate it over 5 years, right? So really try to impress the people with these numbers. Be very wise about it. Invest time and effort in presenting, right? A chain is as strong as its weakest link, right? So you can have a great product, a bad pitch, and you'll break the chain. Otherwise, way around also, right? You can have a fantastic pitch, but the product is crappy, right? They will see, they will notice. So have your pitcher invest lots of time. Practice the pitch before you record it. It might seem obvious, and there are people who can just go and stand before a camera and do their thing, right? I'm doing an improv right now. I have these slides, but I'm talking about so many other things. But I practiced. I've done this before, right? So if you are working for your team, go and practice your pitch, how you're going to do it, and then record it. And because you record it, you can do it again, right? It's easier. There's less stress when you record a pitch. Just throw it away and start over. Okay, write it down, get the timing right, will get you less nerves. right? Unless you are a professional presenter, you'll probably not do this every day. So write it down, no problem. And present with confidence. This is the solution to the problem, right? And with this, your problem is going to go away. The pain will go away forever. Lots of confidence. You are going to win the hackathon. Your team is the best. Then the trick. Anticipate the questions from the jury. Study the jury members. Ask who's in the jury. Google them. Look at their background. Is he a technician? Is this somebody with a financial background? Then he will probably ask, hey, how much does it cost? How much will it bring? Etc. So study these people and try to anticipate the questions. Make a list of questions they could ask and already have the answer ready. So you don't have to improvise. You don't have to rethink what you're going to say. Well, somebody will ask you, okay, but you made this beautiful blockchain ecosystem, but how many transactions do you expect for a city like Groningen with 150,000 residents? How much will that cost a year? Then you should already have your answer ready, right? And then you can use this question time for pitching, right? So your pitch will not be 2 minutes, but it will be 5 minutes. You will convince them, you will show them with confidence that your solution is the one that is the best. After the hackathon is over, done with. You're a bit sleep deprived. I hope you will have your resting time. Don't work for 30 hours straight, but take 5 or 6 hours sleep, or even do a power nap in the afternoon, whatever suits you best. Next day you will have to relax, charge your batteries, so to speak. And then in the week after that, debrief with your team. Okay, what was good? What was bad? What could have we done better, right? Because that's also a very big learning point, right? See, look what the other solutions were, and did you think of that, or how would you have done it with that solution in mind? So evaluate it and learn, grow. And then 85% of the people who attend the hackathon would like to attend another time. So plan your next hackathon. Talk to your team. If you want to work with the same team, or you want to switch out people, or there are people in your team who said, well, I did it once, never again, right? But plan ahead, see what theme, what topics fit your team, and go and look for one of the many hackathons that are online. Keep in touch with your team members, coaches, but also experts. Now, there are domain experts on a hackathon that want to help you, right? And there's also something magic about that. These domain experts are most of the time people, directors of companies, technicians who are pretty high in the hierarchy of such a company. These people are normally not open for contacts, external contacts. If you try to call them, you will get their secretary and you will be stopped. But as soon as the word hackathon arises and I contact them, would you like to be a domain expert at our hackathon? All doors open. Right? That's a little bit of magic. So they are also willing to help the teams. If I describe to them, well, these are students from that and that institute, and they're working on that and that challenge, can they call you when they're stuck or when they need some more information? Nearly no one says no. It's always yes. Now, if you have a contact of that quality, try to afterwards connect with them on LinkedIn. Try to keep that contact going. That could be very beneficial for your future. So keep in touch with these coaches and experts also, right? For instance, Daniel Dussoil is on our jury, right? If you contact him afterwards and you connect to him on LinkedIn, you said, hey, you were a jury member at my hackathon, we were in that and that team, can I connect to you? that will be beneficial to you. He's a high honcho at EPSI, the European Blockchain Service Infrastructure, for instance. It's always good to have that kind of context. When I was at the Odyssey Hackathon, we were building a digital last will and testament, right? We needed something from the tax office. Now, having good contacts it can make a big difference. And there were Jedis walking in the room. There was even Prince Constantine walking around. You could ask him to come to your table. Now, if you ask him to put a few telephone calls in from his phone, people will answer the phone and will listen to what he asks, right? If I call him and say, well, this is Adrie Wisman, could you help me, please? Who is Adrie Wisman, right? So be very careful with these contacts, nurture them, and keep in touch with these people. That is about the tips, or what time is it? It's 8 o'clock already. So we had a lot of tips for the preparation, for the idea, for the team, for even during the hackathon and after the hackathon and pitching. Like I said, you don't have to do it, but luck favors the well-prepared. So if you think about, even if you do only 2 of these 30 points I put on my sheets, you will be at an advantage. So try to look at it and try to work with your team and prepare for that. The hackathon is on November 13th and 14th. You can register your team at www.blingathon.eu, right? And there you'll have also the tracks that are on there. You will receive a hack pack with all the information, 7 or 8 pages about the hackathon. You will receive a hackathon survival guide, a survival box with, of course, a t-shirt and lots of goodies and snacks, etc., to get you through these 30 hours. So we need your address where to send that also. I hope this preparation will help you. Do you have any questions? Was it that clear, or are you just shy? Okay, great. Great. I've done a lot of hackathons myself, and every time you get a little bit better, and every time you think, oh, I'll put this on my checklist for the next time, right? And I made some of a kind of a composition of that. I could talk another hour about this, right? But you'll get, I will bore you. But these are the main points that can really, really make a difference when you attend a hackathon.
Yep.
Hello, welcome to the stream. And let's take a look at the different teams and let's see what they're busy with at the moment. Maybe they've just had their dinner and it's about time that we check on how things are going. So let's jump in, and I've picked team number 17 just to give it a small try. See how things are working. Turn on the camera. Hi guys. Anybody there?
Wij horen u niet.
Sorry. Technicians are busy trying to fix the sound, but in the meantime...
Zou nou goed moeten zijn.
Okay, let's try it again. How's this? Better?
Yes.
Very good. Hi. Good evening to you all. And what I want to know is, how's life? How are you going? Tired already?
A little bit.
So
Long day.
One day, yeah, one day. You still have a lot to come and a lot to do. So let's talk a little bit about the power boosts. Have you been able to attend some of the power boosts, and what do you think of it?
Ik had even mijn speakers uit. Hallo Adrie.
No, we haven't.
You haven't. So you've been busy developing and building and inventing. So
Yes.
how's that going?
We are doing our greatest best. We in the day we just ran into some problems, but we now good going.
So you said you ran into some problems. How was the pre-pitch? Let's start there. Let's take it from there. How was the pre-pitch?
Yes, we were also a bit later with the pre-pitch. We had some advice from our coach.
Okay.
And he advised us to sign up for this token developer.
Mm-hmm.
We had some trouble with logging in and to be able to get to the page we needed.
Mm-hmm.
And he fixed that for us. So
very good. So do you need any more help at the moment?
not now. I look to our ICT boy.
Okay.
He's doing the most of the work.
Okay.
I do have a question because I'm now just going through the token developer documentation, but I'm not actually sure how I can transfer this to our app.
Okay. So you want me? You know what? I pass this question to your coach, and let's see if someone can help you out here. Anyone in particular you're thinking of, or any help will do right now?
I don't think I have a question right now, but maybe my colleagues or teammates.
Okay.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment.
Okay, so because if you get stuck, you know, and this can happen always if you try to invent new things, and you know, it's uncharted territory you're entering. This can always happen. So don't hesitate. Just ask us, and we'll see that you'll get the right help from the right coaches. So yeah, and about this evening, have you any plans on going on throughout the night, or will you stop at a certain time? How will that go?
I think we will stop after the pub quiz,
Okay.
and then get some hours good rest, and then we start the next morning with some fresh
Very good.
brains.
Very good. You know, the pub quiz is one way to make sure that you have a fast lane to the final, fast ticket to the final. Because the winner of the pub quiz will get a free entry ticket to the final.
Yes,
So,
very nice.
So
Awesome.
you have to be prepared. So how many? This is the whole team I'm seeing right now, or are you with more?
No, yeah, we are complete, but our colleague Devin is eating right now, so
Very good.
he's
Well,
offline.
well, okay. You have to take. You have to take something in. So I
Yes,
understand. I understand.
definitely.
I understand. Well, guys, I wish you all the best, and also with the pub quiz. And I'll see you around tomorrow somewhere.
Yes, thank you very
Yes,
much.
we
Okay.
will. Thank you.
Enjoy. Enjoy.
Thank you.
So let's jump into another team. Let's see what we can do right here. Yeah, I think a lot of teams are having dinner at the moment, but this is a team I like to jump into as well. 1 second. Are they here? Yes. So here we go. Team 15. Good afternoon. Somebody there? Hello, Antoine, Lars, are you with me? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, well, here's Antoine. Hi, Antoine. Please turn on the camera. Show yourself. Don't be shy. Hey, how are you doing? Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You have to turn on your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, much better. Thank you. Hi.
Okay, yeah, the headphones are kind
So,
of bad.
so how you doing?
I am working on the Powtoon currently for the presentation and just the deliverable we're going to give you to have a nice view of what we're doing.
Okay, good, good. So, and I'm already working on the pitch, or is that something for tomorrow?
I am doing this. I haven't discussed it with my team yet, as my team has kind of been segmented for the past couple of hours. We have the brainstorming was done together for the first 5 hours or so. After that, we took a break, and after this, we all went into different ways. The two programmers went into their own separate chat. I don't really know what they're doing. I messaged one of them 2 hours ago.
Okay.
Lars has been working on the web wireframe.
Yes.
So he should be here, but he's probably not in this chat. Like he isn't here, but he's not. He's probably turned Discord off or something.
Okay. So,
and I'm here.
So everybody is doing something. You're all working very hard, but who's taking care of the coordination?
Currently, no one, but we are going to come back together later in the evening. And I must say, this is my first hackathon, and it is a lot of work, and I cannot just be concentrated for such a long amount of time. So it is more work than I anticipated, I must say.
Oh,
and,
yes, it always is.
That's
but that's the fun
opinion.
part. And at a certain time, you'll see,
Yeah.
then you speed up. And then when things come together, that's when something really creative starts to grow, I'm sure. So don't give up. Just go for it, and you'll be good, I'm sure. Have you attended the serious gaming part? Have you played the game?
Yes, we played the game today in the middle of the day.
And
yes.
And how was the communication?
We managed to defuse it once, and twice it was well, honestly, it was a hard game, especially the pad. I think it was the keyboard was the hardest one to decipher for us.
Yeah.
We weren't really able to do it well in one of the cases. In the other one, we actually managed to do it.
Well,
yeah.
Let me give you some comfort here. We've seen a lot of teams that weren't able to finish this game the right way. They exploded, unfortunately. So only 40% of all the teams managed to dismantle the bomb. So if you succeeded to dismantle the bomb, that's good for you. So keep up the good work. You're on the right way, I'm sure. Well, I hope I see you tomorrow.
Thank you for cheering me up.
Well, yes, I have to do that as well.
Oh, in Deventer, of course. I'm coming to Deventer in the morning. So.
Okay. Well, I'm looking forward to your presentation, and even though it's your first hackathon, you know, don't forget to enjoy. That's the main part of everything. So I like your inventions, I like your ideas, I like the way you're building and being creative, but joy is also very important. So try to have fun together, okay? Are you still with me? I don't think so. Antoine, I say bye-bye, and I jump to another team. Bye-bye. So let's try to pick another one. Oh, here we have one. Team number 4. Good evening, team number 4. Jesper. Johan.
Hello.
Sorry, hello?
Now I hear you.
Hello, who's there?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hello?
Hello.
It's me, Jesper.
Jesper, hi. Hi, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
We are doing fine.
Okay, already had dinner?
Yes, we had macaroni.
Oh, oh man, that sounds great. The Italian food, great. We had to do it with some Greek food, so I think I prefer the Italian. So the macaroni, is there something left? Can I pick it up? Where are you based?
Sure.
Where are you based?
Friesland.
Friesland. Where in Friesland?
Bakkerveen.
Bakkerveen. Does anyone live there, or is it just
Yeah, our teammate Johannes lives here,
Okay.
but he's asleep right now.
Okay, well, it's a beautiful countryside there, and I'm sure that will be very, it will be an inspiration for you to be located in Friesland. You look outside and you see green meadows, isn't that so?
Yes.
Okay, good. So tell me, what is your track?
We are working on the transport track.
Okay, and any bright ideas yet, or still in the phase of trying to find something you can succeed with?
We're currently working on a flow chart to plan out our ideas.
Very good. Make it visual, visualizing, very important. And how did you enjoy the pre-pitch today?
We didn't have our pre-pitch yet. We're still working on that.
Okay. So you're, if I may say so, and please don't hold it against me, but you're lagging, you're a little bit behind schedule, right?
Yeah, we had a lot of ideas, but not all ideas were great.
Okay. Well, that's what this is all about, huh? We're trying to create, invent, and you know how it is with inventions. You invent 100 things, and only 95 are worth proceeding with them. So don't get disappointed. Keep up the good spirit, and just go for it. Do you have a fair division of workload?
Yeah, we're currently working with 2 people on a flowchart, and there's one person making a really nice design right now.
Okay, good. Very good. Good to hear. Is there anything we can help you with? Are you in contact with the coaches?
Sure, I will show you some designs.
Ah, okay, good. Show me some. You mean right now, or you mean tomorrow?
Yes, he's trying to work it out.
Oh, okay, good. Ah, here we go.
At the moment, this is the first bit of our design.
Okay.
It consists of 3 parts, but I won't tell anything of our design. It's a little bit of our secret.
Okay, well, good. Keep the secret a secret.
The thing what you are seeing now is the place where all the containers are shipped and placed for the trailer. I've got a word.
Okay. Okay.
So when the ship is docked,
Mhm.
the containers will be unloaded on the platform, and that's what you're seeing right now. And all those green bits, those are some smaller cranes to move every container. And that's also what you can see. I will.
Okay. Interesting. I can't wait to see your final presentation. And do you feel confident that you can manage to do this in 2 minutes for the jury?
Yes, we can. We can.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Okay. One other question I have to ask you. What do you think of the hackathon so far?
It was really great. We got the best time at the mini game. We had a blast playing that.
Okay. So what happened? You blew everything up or what?
No, we were very successful.
Okay, good.
We had like 3 minutes or something on the clock.
Whoa. Then you, oh, whoa. 3 minutes on the clock. Well, then I can reveal a small secret. You're among the top 2.
We had a number 1. We already saw the
Oh
spreadsheet.
boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, very
It
good.
already got leaked.
So, yeah, definitely. Rumors are going around, huh? So, okay, if that's so, you know you have earned yourself a fast ticket to the final.
That's really great.
But please don't bet everything on that. I would say just proceed as the way you're going and make sure that your final presentation is worth it. But I'm confident, so keep up the good work and talk to you tomorrow. Thank you very much for being with us today.
No problem.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yep, let's try to find someone else. Oh, here we have one. Trick 2. Yeah, let's do that. Trick 2. Hello, Anders. How are you? Someone there? And Sergey? Hello? Hi, guys. You with me? Just let's give them a minute, but I don't think they are. Sorry? 2 coaches. Okay. Okay. Let's go on then. Let's jump to another team. Well, there are not many teams available right now, so you know what? I think I'll leave it for now, and I'll be back with another round, and we try to find some more teams to tell us what they're doing, how they're enjoying this hackathon, and in the meantime, I wish you all a very pleasant evening. And keep up the good work. Try to stay awake. Lots of coffee, Dutch thing. So lots of coffee, a bit of sugar, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Bye-bye. And we're back. Welcome to this power boost. And this is a power boost for the pitch training. And I'm trying to give you a small training about how you can pitch. And you know, this is a very important part of this hackathon. All teams have tried to do their best. Tomorrow you will be ready. You have something to present to the jury. And as you know, we have 31 teams, but only a few can make it to the finals. So how are we going to do that? Well, the coaches select a few people, teams, who can enter the final to present their solutions and their ideas to the jury. The problem here is it's only a few. So you have to make sure that you're among them. Huh? And to help you a bit, I've made a small presentation, a pitch training, that help you to think about a few ideas and maybe to present yourself in a better way. First of all, a pitch, is often called an elevator pitch. And the first time I saw this, it really struck me, because what the heck was an elevator pitch? Well, the elevator pitch comes from a certain phenomena. Maybe you recognize this. You enter an elevator, and all of a sudden, you meet with people you've never seen before. They're also in the elevator. And we're going up to the, let's say, 12th, 14th, 15th floor. And maybe you have max 2 minutes with a slow elevator to present yourself to these people, to tell them what you're doing, and to convince them that your ideas are nice ideas, good ideas. This is what we call an elevator pitch, okay? Intrigued. And that's what we want to do. How do you intrigue the people you're with in the elevator to listen to you in the first place and to believe you, to believe in the story you're telling? That's an interesting question. Now, there are some things that are really important when you build an elevator pitch. Let me take you through them step by step. But before I continue, I have to make this remark. This is a presentation, and I could make a presentation that lasts for hours to tell you everything you have to know about pitches, but you only have 2 minutes. So this presentation won't be that long. I will try to focus on what I think are the most important parts of pitches, okay? And this is a personal view. There are many people who think different. So this is something that can be discussed on. But I'll give you my view, and I hope it helps you to build your pitch and to succeed getting to the finals. Okay, here we go. Step 1, you have to introduce yourself. Who are you? Well, the thing is, keep it simple, keep it short. This is something that is, for many people, me myself included, sometimes rather complicated. Because the more you've done, the more you like to tell them. But that's not the best thing. The best way to do it is to be very brief, keep it short, because it's not about so much about you. It's about your ideas, it's about how you build things, it's about what you're doing, but it's not so much about you. You are exchangeable. So keep it brief, keep it short, keep it simple. And especially when you're representing a team, it's more important to talk about a team than to talk about yourself. But you have to start somewhere. So the introduction is the first step towards the next step, and that is make them feel the pain. Now, this is an interesting thing. If you tell someone something, you have to make them feel the pain. And in a society where people are avoiding pain all the time, this is a tricky part, okay? We don't want to feel pain. and we don't want to cause pain. We are very civilized people. We don't want to hurt other people. However, what I want to do here, and what I want you to do here, is to find a way to stress the urgency of what you've done. And that is, make them feel the pain. Let's say, let me give you an example. For instance, let's say you've find a solution to build a new vaccine against corona, okay? Then the best way to start is to tell your audience that if they're not listening to you, a lot of people are going to die. Well, that's how you make them feel the pain. And you can do this on every topic, with every topic, okay? So find a way to stress the urgency, to make the importance clear to your audience. That's very important. Well, after we've done that, we go to step number 3. Oh, wait, before we go there, I have to tell you something else. Make them feel the pain. For many people, it starts with what you're doing, what you're building, what you want to achieve. However, that's actually the end of the process. And this is not something I've invented. This is not something actually Simon Sinek invented, but Simon Sinek is the one who wrote about this. He has published a nice book. You better look up on the TED presentations, Sinek's Golden Circle. Really nice presentation. I know, many people have seen that presentation over and over again. But to me, it's still very valuable, very valuable. The thing here is this. It's not so much that you want to address these 3 things, why, how, and what, but it's the sequence in which you tell it to your audience, to present it to your audience. We, as human beings, whenever we've made something, whether it's from a private perspective or through a company, we like to start to tell what we are doing. However, that's not the best way to present yourself. The best way is to go to the why. And the why is about inspiration. The why is about motivation. The why is about what drives you. That's important. Because that's where your customers, your audience really get excited about. Not so much about the what. The what is the end, the last solution. But it starts with why, and then you go to the how. That's all about processes, how things are done. And then, in the end, you go to the what. What are we doing? What are we building? What are we selling? What are we presenting? So, what many companies nowadays tell their customers is that they're not organized from outside in, what, how, and then maybe you come to the why, because every company knows, everybody knows the what. Every company knows what they're doing. And many companies, not all, but many companies know how they're doing it, how they try to achieve what they're making or what they're selling. But the why, that's important. What's driving you? Why is this what makes you so warm? Gives you a warm feeling to sell it to your audience. So it's not the what, the how, and the why, but it's the why, the how, and the what that's important. Okay? What does this mean for your pitch? Well, you can't do it all. You can't go in depth on all 3 topics. But whatever you do, you cannot forget the why. The why is the most important part, if you ask me. The why is when people get curious about what you're doing. The why is how you inspire people, how to enthusiast people, empower them, okay? And empowerment is really important, and I'm going to give you an example about that in a few seconds. So you have to tell them about what makes you tick, your goals, your dreams, what you want to achieve. That's important, okay? And then when the feeling starts to become a mutual feeling about enthusiasm and inspiration, that's where you have your audience prepared to go into the next step and even to sell your product, to accept what you're building, okay? So, curiosity. I have two examples for you. The first one is one that always struck me, and I really love this one. It's about Anita Roddick, and she is the founder of The Body Shop. And Anita Roddick founded The Body Shop in, I think, 1974, 1976, something like that. And this was a complete new way of thinking in those days, okay? It was not so much about selling products or building a company, but it was about building a company that's doing good for the society, okay? And here you see some key points of the company, and yes, of course, she's added a few more, like Black Lives Matter. That wasn't there at the time when she started. But one of the most, I think, intriguing things was this. She wanted to make good products to empower women and girls. Now, picture this. We're talking about 1974, okay? And what was happening is there was an image, an ideal image of women and girls. And that image was, we're looking at a slim woman, slim, beautiful, young, and we make products for those women. Now, the problem here is that that's not reality. So what Anita Roddick said was, no, everybody's beautiful, you know? And the thing is, I want to help people to find their beauty. And when I can do that, they will know that what I do is worthwhile because it will empower these women, give them self-esteem, make them self-confident, and that's what I want to achieve with my products. And that was, I think, a very interesting way of thinking those days. She did so much more. She said, if we make products, we want to be sure that these products are made not with testing on animals, but with another way of building these products, okay? Vegan and vegetarian beauty, she called it. And then she said, if we deal with other companies to buy our materials, we want to make sure that it's a fair trade. Well, all these things made their company one of the best in the field of body shopping products. So, really nice. And they had a refilling scheme, recycling scheme, all kinds of things that made this company an added value to society. Okay? Now, if someone tells you this story about what they're about to do based on their ideology, based on their belief, don't you want to buy products of this company? Yes, of course. That's why you buy products of the company. Not because the product in the end is a cheap product or a good product. No, this is what makes you believe in what they're doing. Okay? So the curiosity arouses, and this is what helps. This is what motivates people to stay with this company. Very important to sell your product the right way. You can go wrong as well. This is what Jan Timmer, one of the former CEOs of Philips, did when he started his job in 1992. Don't get me wrong. He saved the company, I think, from bankruptcy. But he did something that was not very clever, if you ask me, okay? They made a slogan, and the slogan was, "Let's make things better." And the next step was that the whole world were on their back, okay? Why? Because they said, "Let's make things better." But what happened then with the product that I bought yesterday? Wasn't it good enough? And can I get a refund? And how you're making things better now? What did you do yesterday? So, a lot of products, like the compact disc interactive, one of the best products there was, it did not succeed it because people did not have the feeling with the company. The company was not addressing the curiosity, the motivation of people to buy their products. So it's very important that you pay attention to these things, if you ask me. Even if you only have 2 minutes, you have to make sure that people understand why you're doing this. The why is really important. Good. Then, the next thing, how are you different? Better, cheaper, okay? This means that you have to define your own USP, your unique selling point. And of course, you have to show that you did some market research. Again, you only have 2 minutes to tell people that you did your market research, right? So make sure you can define your USP in a very short time frame. 1 sentence, maybe a few keywords, but you have to make sure that they understand what your USP in the market is. What are the numbers? Okay? Based on what do you think that your USP will come into effect? Now, there is something that you have to bear in mind when it comes to USPs. Before you can talk about your unique selling point, you have to make a SWOT analysis. And a SWOT analysis is something that's really extensive, right? You have to look into the strength of your ideas, the weaknesses of your ideas or products, the opportunities it has, and the threats there are in the market. This is not something that is easily done, okay? This takes a lot of time to do so. If you take a look at what's on the list, for instance, weaknesses, why do you want to talk about weaknesses in a pitch of 2 minutes? No, you don't. You don't want to talk about your weaknesses. But be prepared that you get questions about your weaknesses when you talk with the jury, okay? They are asking you, what is it that your company is missing or your idea is missing? What is it that isn't this? If you think that the idea that you're inventing or developing is completely new, I think that you're mistaken. Because I don't think those ideas exist. So it's not so much that it's new, completely new, but it's more how do you present it? What is the twist you give to these ideas? And this is all about how your competitors are running business. So what's important is not so much that you have to talk about it, but you have to be prepared to address it if the jury asks you questions about it. This is really important, opportunities, okay? Where do you see your opportunities? Don't go there, don't present them the full list. Just take 1, or max 2. But, again, be brief and strong in your presentation. This is my opportunity. This is why. That's it. That's everything you have to do. SWOT analysis. I think when it comes to building your business plan, this will come back, and this is an important part of your business plan, as you can see later on. So then, after we've done this all, you have to present your solution. So, what do you make? For who do you make it? Those questions, really important. This is where many people start when they're pitching, I don't want you to start there. Again, as I told you, I want you to start, actually, I think that's the best way to do it, to start with your motivation and then come to your products, okay? And then when you've done that, that's not the end, actually. And in fact, when you're running a company or thinking about building a company, that's the beginning. Because what comes next is you have to, this is not step 5 and step 6 are reversed, but this is step 6. The previous one was step 5. So this is step 6. Present your prototype. So if you can, build a prototype. It doesn't have to do what you expect it to do in the end. Not really important. But you have to make sure that the idea you get are presenting in your prototype, okay? If someone looks at this prototype, he must clearly see the bigger picture. He must see where you're heading. He must see what you want to do eventually. That's important. Therefore, you build a prototype. And whether it's a product, or whether it's a program, or whether it's an idea, a service, it really doesn't matter. Build a prototype. Outline a prototype. And I've seen already some nice examples among you guys. Okay, then you have to present your business model. Now, a business model. I don't know how many of you have thought of business models. And there are, if you look at the market of business model books, it's huge. There are many, many business models, many books on business models. And let me try to explain to you what I think that this has to do with your pitch tomorrow. I don't think that you have to present a business model tomorrow. Not really. Not a full business model. But I think that the business model can help you to think about steps you have to take in your pitch to present your idea. And what I mean about that is the following, and I will show it to you in the next slide. How can you design your business model? Well, this is what we're going to do. Business model, customer segments, value proposition, channels, all very important. Revenue streams, key resources, key activities, all building blocks that are really important. But how do they fit together? Well, I'm going to show you how they fit together. They fit together in what they call the business model canvas. This is one of the, in my view, main business models available. And what I really like about this business model is the way these blocks are interconnected, because they help you think about what you're doing. Let me walk you through let's say in a minute. I'll walk you through this in a minute. Here we go. First question, who are your key customers? That's the question you have to answer. Then, second question, what are you offering? What is it that you're building, selling, servicing? 3, how do you reach your customers? Which channels are you using? Is it a product you have to transport, or is it via the internet, or is it, this is important. Then, how do you stay in touch with your customers? Do you have some kind of an internet service? Do you want courtesy tickets? I don't know. Something also important. This is eventually what leads to your revenues, okay? This leads to your revenues. Now we go to the cost part, okay? What do you need? Do you need buildings, materials, machinery? I don't know. Think about it. Then, what are you doing? What are you making? What is the product? What is the service? If you have said that, who can help you? In other words, who are your partners? Do you have partners? And then 9, what are your main costs? So these 4 blocks result in the costs. These 4 blocks result in the revenues. Now, everybody can see that if you subtract this from this, the costs from the revenues, you have the result, the final result. Okay? Very simple. I don't want you to talk about this in the pitch, but I want you to think about how you're pitching and what really is your plan, how to do it. So if there is a question by the jury, you know what to answer. You've thought about all these blocks. And don't go in depth. Just 1, 2 words. Help yourself. Be brief. Then, step 8, talk about your team. You're not alone. Talk about why you are a team. Who is helping you? What are they doing? How have you divided tasks? What are your specialties? And how do you contribute to the total? And then, step 9. And that's the end of my presentation. Call to action. Create a sense of urgency, okay? Don't stop by telling what you've done, but tell them what must be done to succeed. Tell them how you are willing to win, not only this game, but the world, economy, everything. Take the lead, give direction, and even if it's just a 2-word phrase, go for it. Yeah? Tell them something they understand. Tell them something they can really translate into a real action in the real life world. Well, thank you very much for listening. And I hope you really enjoyed it. And of course, I wish you all the best of luck tomorrow. Luck is not a good word. I wish you all the best of experience, success, whatever, to get to the final. And I'll see you at the podium tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Yep.
boss. Hey, yo.
back, and we had our pop quiz with the winners, Team 29, and those are Michiel Verbeke, Reinhard van der Wallen, Dries de Schoolmeester. Congratulations. This doesn't mean that nobody else could have won. You have to be very careful. If Team 29 is nominated for going to the finals anyway, then number 2, Bijabs, is getting the wild card. And if Bijabs is being nominated anyway, then number 3, Yi Team 4, could be getting the wild card, right? So it's still undecided. If you're number 2 or 3, you could still earn the wild card if number 1 or 2 are nominated by their challenge owner or by their domain expert. Okay, so it's Team 29 is anyway going to the finals, right? And if Bijabs or Yi Team 4 is going, that's going to be something that has to be decided. Now, we've had a long day. It's 9:45. We're going to close down the stream here slowly. Only the stream. Will be present in Discord till in the small hours, and we will be here tomorrow morning, fresh and energized, like you guys will be. And you can still ask questions to me or to Jem or the coaches, and we'll be answering them, just not from the studio. We'll be answering them through Discord. Let me see if there are any other questions that I have missed. I don't see any questions here, maybe in general. Bob, do we have the winners of the bomb game? Okay, then we can announce them here also.
Number 1 is Team 4.
Team 4 is the winner of the bomb game, so they will get a wild card. Let me write that down. Team 4.
Then second is Team 18.
Okay.
And third is Team 16.
Okay. So I'll put that on Discord in a moment. Team 4 is the winner of the bomb game. They will get a wild card. But if they are nominated in any other way, then the second winner is Team 18. Team 18 would then go with the wild card. And if Team 18 is nominated any other way, then on the third place is Team 16. So let me look up the names of Team 4. Team 4, who were the quickest in the bomb game, are Daniel van den Hoven, Peter Karsen, Jesper Kuipers, Frank Eggenkamp, and Johannes de Vries. They are going to the final anyway, by wildcard or by nomination. But if they are nominated, then Team 18 would be going to the finals. And Team 18 is Jeroen Ho, Kevin van der Hoofd, Stefan Schepers, Gilles Kooistra, and Tom Overbos. If they are nominated, then Team 16 would go to the finals, which is Kenye Anpam, Flip Grisco, Rodrigo Calvans, and Giel Arkink. So we have at least 2 winners with a wild card that are going to the finals anyway. Congratulations. I hope this doesn't mean that you're going to work any less hard, because I hope you have very good and inspiring ideas for pitching tomorrow. But it's I think, a nice feeling to be sure of a place in the finals. We are going to close down the studio stream, and we'll be back tomorrow morning. And I mean tomorrow morning at, I believe, 9:15. But let me check to be sure. Yeah, the stream will start at 9 o'clock, and 9:15 we will do the after movie of what happened today. So you'll get a short summary of what you maybe have missed in a workshop, or what happened on screen. So see you back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and success for tonight.